What is up, ladies and gentlemen? You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Thursday, December 21st, almost the winter solstice, and we have a little bit of a breeze today over here in the Netherlands. Storm Pia. It's a western storm, and at the moment runway 27 is the only runway being used for arrivals. Runway 24 is being used for departures. Departures can still take place from 24. And yeah, we have showers here and there, now and then. So I'm in a rain cover configuration out here. Hope everybody is doing alright. This is the current METAR. We have wind blowing from the west. The wind speed is 29 knots with gusts to up to 41 knots. Visibility on ground level is 10 kilometers or more. Few clouds at 1200 feet, scattered clouds at 1700 feet, broken clouds at 2100 feet, and we have a ceiling of 2100 feet. Runway usage at the moment, we are standing right here. Now, let's see if we can make something out of following the airplanes. This is Turkish flight 1951, an Airbus A332 arriving from Istanbul. Flight time for this flight today, 3 hours 47 minutes. If you look on flight radar, you'll see that it is probably a bit congested with all the holding areas being occupied. Normally this flight would take 3 hours. And the wind fiercely pushing down my camera. Mind you, I'm not expecting a lot of go-arounds. The pilots are landing into the headwind on this runway, so it probably should be all right. As you guys can see, the water shows some ripples. Next up is Air Malta flight 394 arriving from Malta. Airbus A320. Took 3 hours and 42 minutes to get here today. It's a 16-year-old airplane that had its first flight in February 2007. Good afternoon, everybody who has joined. Michelle, Lasse, Yorkshire, Ann, Fosse, Preacher, George, Nelly, all other viewers, welcome one and all. Hope you guys are doing alright. We have a little solstice storm. The wind, particularly with my rain cover over the camera, is like a sailboat. The wind grabs hold of the camera and pushes it up and down violently. We'll be using the tilt lock a lot. ITA Airways up next, A320 Neo arriving from Rome, flight 108, flight time 2 hours 51 minutes. This airplane is a year old, first flight was in December 2022. Mr. Cole, good afternoon. Hope you're doing well, mate. I will hold on tight, definitely. Madeira Aviation Spotting, good afternoon, my friend. Hope all is well. And indeed, Han, the camera is going haywire. It is... Well, the camera itself already has a big surface area, the microphone as well. Now there's also a little tent over it for in case we get showers. More for the wind to grab hold onto. Now, there was a little house over here in Dutch called an aftakhuisje, but they tore it down. That always provided a little shield from the wind, but unfortunately I'm now fully exposed over here. And even on a stormy day, the ITA Blue looking lovely as ever. Picture wise, this is what it looks like. You can see bits of brighter sky here and there. It is not too bad in that respect, but sometimes there is an occasional shower. I hope we are going to stay dry for the upcoming hours, but you never know. And if I just keep the camera stationary, you can see just how quickly everything is moving, the clouds. Got some brave coots over here in the water. Brave souls. Now, departures take place in the distance. Over there we see Air Baltic by the looks of it, ready to take off from runway 24. Currently the only runway being used for departures. It might happen that this runway, runway 27, where the arrivals now take place, might also start being used for departures with only runway 27 in use. That is a possibility. So far it hasn't happened yet, but that's why there were also so many cancellations, because it might even get to the point where just one runway in total would be used, runway 27. Embraer 190 arriving from Norwich, KLM. Goedemiddag, Stefan, Miss Pookie, good afternoon, all other viewers, YZ, Fabian, Colin. It is a tad breezy, Colin. We have a little bit of a breeze over here. Nothing too serious, but absolutely a little bit of a breeze. Embraer 170 from Air France up next, arriving from Lyon, La France, flight 1794. Took 1 hour and 55 minutes to get here. today. That is not representative of the normal flight time. They all have to hold to get clearance to land. Just this one runway at the moment being used for all the arrivals. That the sound is good today. Yeah, there's a lot of rumbling from the wind, obviously. I hope the volume that you hear from the ambient mic and from the voiceover mic are good. Last time I used the setup with rain cover, because you're also standing close to the rain cover, the acoustics become a bit different. So took the advice you gave me last time. Put the volume of ambient one notch up, put the volume of voiceover one notch down. It should be balanced. Hey Veerle, goedemiddag. Beetje winderig hier, otherwise I'm doing fine. Long time no speak. Martin R, goedemiddag, and Jackie confirming that the audio, the sound is very nice. Good to hear. If the voiceover does go sour, let me know. Restarting the DJI mic typically helps. Next up is a 737-700 from KLM, well, from Transavia, but rented by KLM. The old standard livery with the rainbow stripes, arriving from Copenhagen, flying as KLM flight 1126. Flight time 1 hour 31 minutes. Normally that would be around an hour. Over here. Wind pushes the camera up or down in an instant. Next up, another KLM 737-800 arriving from Dublin. A flight time of 1.5 hours, so looking at the flight times, looks like the average duration of holding is, or the delay is, half an hour or so. Normally Dublin to Amsterdam would be approximately an hour. Same for Copenhagen, the airplane before it. Next up, an airplane I will be on in less than 2 months from now. Transavia flight 6610, returning home from Innsbruck. Boeing 737-800, flight time 2 hours. Normally this would be around an hour and 15 to 20 minutes. So 40 minutes of delay. Airplane 13 years old. First flight March 2010. Festive week for Transavia. Took delivery of the first A321neo last Tuesday. yeah, this is what the big picture is. Looks actually right, looking to the west where the wind is coming from. Who knows, we might be getting some sunshine later, wouldn't that be something? In the meantime, welcome all viewers who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. This is the Buitenvelderbaan runway 27. Currently the only runway being used for arrivals. Storm blowing from the west. The pilots are landing into headwind. This is an E2 Embraer 195, clearly recognizable due to the big engine diameter and the narrow fuselage. No winglets. Returning from Billund, flight 1342. Oh, shoot. Sandberg says, maybe we're lucky and see the A380 going around again on 27 like yesterday. Now, I wouldn't say no to that. That is absolutely nice. Now, 2 more airplanes to go already. First up is KLM flight 984 arriving from London City, Embraer 190. It is followed by an ITA A320 arriving from Milan. KLM Embraer 190 arriving from London City has been flying for an hour and 12 minutes. Normally this would be around 40 or so minutes. Who has the front row seat? K2. Excellent. Allora, la prossima all'aereo è ITA Airways A320 flight 120 arriving from Milan. Flight time 2 hours 12 minutes. 14 years old, first flight November 2009. Right, next airplane arriving from Napoli, A320 EasyJet flight 24231. Constantly also check behind me, make sure that my laptop does not slip out of my laptop tent. The vibrations of the table make it slide forward slowly. I have to keep pushing it back every now and then, otherwise it's going to fall onto the ground. If it loses the HDMI cable, then that is a black screen all of a sudden. Don't want that to happen. Iberia Express is up next, flight 3722, A320 arriving from Madrid. We still have Coots in the water, brave Coots, weathering the storm. Exit stage left. Now, believe it or not, despite the storm, there are even a few patches of blue sky over here right now. Very lovely. Looks like the number 2 airplane is going to be the first heavy of the show, being preceded by an Embraer 190 KLM flight 1442 returning home from Aberdeen. This airplane has been flying now for an hour and 22 minutes, 15 years old, first flight November 2008. Behind it is the 777-200 KLM flight 706 arriving from Rio de Janeiro. KLM flight 706, 777-200 arriving from Rio de Janeiro, flight time 11 hours and 25 minutes. The airplane itself 16 years old, first flight April 2007. Nice, nice, nice. Lucas, good afternoon. Peter, good afternoon. Vitya Sakar, good afternoon. Anne, goedemiddag. Adi Ben. Next up, A320neo EasyJet arriving from Geneva. Also a big thank you to Arnoud, celebrating 4 months of membership. He writes, hi all, 4 months, enjoy the holidays everyone. Thank you so much for your continued support there, Arnoud. Hope to have you as a valued member for many more months to come. Time flies when you're having fun. I know I sure am having some fun here today. Hope you guys are enjoying the content as well. EasyJet A320neo flight 27866 arriving from Geneva. Today this flight took 1 hour and 53 minutes as we speak. This Austrian registered airplane is a year old, had its first flight in December 2022, celebrating its first birthday this month. Adi Paul, goedemiddag. Tuning in from Leiden, presumably, or Noordwijk. Hope you're doing well, mate. Next up is Stardom Flight 361, the daily flight from Bucharest to Amsterdam today, flown by the 737-800. Flight time today, 3 hours 20 minutes as we speak. 6-year-old airplane, first flight May 2017. Adi Koen, goedemiddag. Koen is informing us that A380 is expected in 30 minutes from now. And will we get to see it try to land twice? That would be terrific. Wouldn't mind seeing a go around of the A380. Alright. For a moment I thought, are they also going to use 27 to start, but this one is getting towed to one of the maintenance hangars. Maintenance hangars over there in the background, Schiphol host area where day maintenance takes place. Brave Coots over here in water. Over there we have the general aviation part of the platform. It's busy with biz jets by the looks of it. Now, other than the two coots, I am not seeing any other birds in the water at the moment. I do believe that I did see some ducks, if I recall correctly, around the corner. Next up, an Embraer KLM Cityhopper arriving from Southampton. that windsock? Oh, there it is, just left of the pole in the foreground. You can see it's blowing directly towards us. We can see through it, fully erect, tad breezy. 24 still being used for departures. 777, Chinese triple ready to take off over there. Next up, KLM flight 792 777-300ER arriving from Sao Paulo. Current flight time 11 hours and 31 minutes. The airplane is 12 years old, first flight in January 2011. Mitchell, thank you so much for updating us. The Emirates A380 has entered Dutch airspace above Enschede. So, how busy is the holding area over Flevoland near Lelystad? That's also going to determine how much additional delay it is going to get before actually setting foot on the ground. Now, while we're waiting for the next airplane, let's have a look. So, runway usage is still the same as it was before. We are standing over here next to runway 27, currently the only runway being used for landings. Runway 24 is the only runway being used for departures. Latest meter. This is what it is. 28 knot wind, gusts up to 41 knots, mostly from the west, visibility 10 kilometers or more, few clouds at 1200 feet, few clouds at 1700 feet, possibility of towering cumulus, broken clouds 2100 feet, 11 degrees Celsius, minor showers and rain, temporarily visibility reduces to 7000 meters. And also update the ticker with the latest meter for you guys. Action. How about that? All right. And Bahrain also informs that the current hold time is about 20 to 30 minutes, so could still be an hour from now. before we're going to see the A380 then. In the meantime, plenty of more airplanes. Coming our way. Our next airplane, KLM Flight 1188, Embraer 190, arriving from Bergen. Flight time 1 hour 41 minutes. 9-year-old airplane, first flight January 2014. It has been all afternoon. A few droplets, then it's dry again. Let's see, next up is EasyJet Flight 23857, Airbus A319, arriving from Milan. Took 2 hours and 4 minutes to get to where it is right now today, and it is a 15-year-old airplane that began flying in August 2008. Turn back the camera. Alright, next up, Embraer 175 KLM Flight 962, arriving from Newcastle. Flight time 1 hour 11 minutes. 7 years old, first flight May 2016. Got a Dreamliner arriving from San Jose after it. Oh wait, that is the Dreamliner from San Jose. Here we go. Right, well, seems that the droplets have stopped falling, so I have to clean the lens after this landing. Yes! A little bit of reverser action there. Always nice. Don't get that very often. again. Right. So make the phone screen dry again. Once those droplets start rolling down, my phone interprets it as a swipe and random things that I don't want to happen start happening. Alrighty. Now, droplets just now, but also bits of blue here and there. If you look up, it's definitely showery weather. Hey, BizJet on the move. Will that be taking off, or will it taxi to runway 24 and take off over there? Interesting. Let's just see. I saw some lights over there. Was there some movement? Huh. Right, well. Let's focus on the things that are coming this way then. Next airplane is an A321neo from Pegasus, Flypigs. Arriving from Istanbul, normally speaking, a 3-hour flight. Today the flight has taken 3 hours and 51 minutes so far. It's a 1-year-old airplane that began flying in May of the year 2022. If you guys just tuned in, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing alongside the runway 27, currently the only runway being used for arrivals. It is a bit breezy today. The day before, that wind is a bitch. It keeps pushing the camera up and down violently. I have to lock it constantly. Apologies for the random up and down movements that happens when the wind grabs hold of the camera when I'm unlocking the lock for the tilt, and particularly when the wind is blowing perpendicularly surface area of the camera and the laptop. Then the rain cover is biggest. The wind can grab hold of it the most. It is Dreamliner time once again, arriving from Cartagena. This is KLM flight 741. It is a Boeing 7879 Dreamliner. Has taken 9 hours and 20 minutes so far to get from Cartagena to where it is right now. It's a 5-year-old airplane. Its first flight was in August 2018. Runway 24, the Kaagbaan, is still being used for departures. That's the only runway today. There were warnings beforehand that maybe later in the afternoon, as the wind would get more strong, Schiphol would have to resort to just using runway 27 for both landings and for departures. Thus far that has not yet been the case. Hey! I spy with my little eye the PHBVA. It is the KLM Orange Pride, the new updated livery. It has the toothpaste tricolore swoosh between the orange front part and the blue back part. It's getting towed, so maintenance question mark. So if you guys did not yet see this new updated livery, we have a very nice photo op moment over here. The PHBVA, most of us will know by now, it's a 15-year-old airplane that began flying in January 2008. Recently got an update where the gradient transition from orange to blue became a more hard stop. With the Dutch red, white and blue demarking the difference. Aegean A321 Neo, if I recall correctly. KLM flight 1422 this was, arriving from Birmingham, 737-800, flight time 1 hour and 8 minutes, 16-year-old airplane, first flight December 2007. Now, trying to wipe away those last few itty-bitty droplets. Also get rid of the droplets that are on the rain cover in front of my camera screen. Hinder visibility somewhat. Right, back at it again. Here we go. Let's see. Next up, 737-800 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, KLM flight 1230. Next up, KLM flight 1106, E2 Embraer 195, arriving from Stockholm. Let's check in on the PHPVA one more time. One more time. Indeed, Mr. EKB, that is exactly where I have parked my car. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, good afternoon to you all. I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you guys are not being blown away by a bit of breeze that is passing over northwest Europe, called Pia. Currently causing a little bit of a breeze over here in the Netherlands. Traffic today lands on runway 27, the Buitenvelderbaan, near the McDonald's, into the headwind. The wind is coming from the west. Have not seen any go-arounds yet today. I'm thinking the likelihood is relatively small, since they are landing into headwind directly. But who knows? Apparently the A380 yesterday did a go around on 27. It is in Dutch airspace already, probably holding. Means that we will have to wait a little bit. It is already in Dutch airspace. It's going to land on this runway. At the moment, runway 24 is still being used for departures. The Kaagbaan. There's actually a Cargolux over there. Is that the one with the mouth mask? No, that's just the winglet of the right wing. I'm looking at a small 2.5-inch screen, folks, if you don't know my setup. And there's a rain cover that reflects a little bit in front of it. So Korean Air 747, we see a banana. Martin Air, also back in the Netherlands, nice. Departures still take place from runway 24. I'm hoping at some point they will have to do the departures from this runway as well, because that would mean a lot more action over here. .747 in the background has taken to the sky. Hey there, Harry, good morning, tuning in from Ontario, where it's probably less windy. We do have a few ducks over here. And we're having quite a lot of difficulty getting ahead with headwind. Still teeny tiny droplets are falling, so I will clean the lens again once it's dry again. This is KLM flight 1008, arriving from London Heathrow. It's a 737-800. Normally speaking, it would take around 40 or so minutes to get here today. An hour and 4 minutes. Another 777 is coming in from Guayaquil. KLM flight 755 with a flight time of 11 hours precisely as we speak. Let's turn back the camera to the east. And let me see if I can quickly wipe the lens. KLM flight 755 up next, 777-200 ER. Arrival from Guayaquil, Ecuador, flight time 11 hours and a minute. It is a 17-year-old airplane that had its first flight in April 2006. Hey, first a biz jet, not on flight radar. At least it won't have AMS as destination, otherwise I would have picked it up. This is Salt Falcon. I think this is the Salt Falcon. Although I'm not a very big expert on biz jets. Did sound nice. And we even have a little opening here. Right, now next up is the 777-200, arrival from Guayaquil. KLM flight 755, 17 years old. Took 11 hours to get here from Ecuador, Guayaquil. Says number 6 must be A380. Okay, so the A380 is slowly but surely making its way over to the airport to land. We even got a little bit of sunlight over here, albeit briefly. Effortless landing. Samuel asks, has the A380 landed yet? Not yet, but it is apparently coming this way. And David says, any tips for live ATC? Yeah, liveatc.net is where you can listen to all the air traffic control channels that Amsterdam Schiphol Airport has, also for other airports. This is the new standard livery from Saudia, the Dreamliner 10, arriving from Jeddah, flight 215. Now, if I recall correctly, normally speaking, approximately 5.5 hours of flight time. Today it has been 6 hours and 9 minutes. It's a new Dreamliner that began flying in January 2022. Well, relatively new, I should say, so it will be turning 2 next month. It's the new standard livery. Looks a bit different from the old one. Alrighty, now, ladies and gentlemen, our next airplane is going to be from Ryanair. Even when it's not stormy, Ryanair 737s use their reversers quite royally. So I'm expecting a loud landing. Let's see if it also lives up to the stereotype or if it is actually a very decent landing. Typically, you see very decent landings over here. Afrodita asks if there have been any go-arounds. No, none. Not that I have seen, at least so far since I've been live here. They're landing into headwind, and so far every landing has been quite flawless. Kudos to the pilots who are flying today and landing the airplanes. This is Ryanair flight 2334 737 MAX 8 arriving from Malaga. Has taken this airplane 2 hours 57 minutes so far to get from where it left to where it is now. It's a brand new airplane, and according to flight radar, or at least according to flight radar, that always means that it is less than a year old. This airplane began flying in April this year. And the A380, Samuel earlier said, over Almere it is coming this way. I'm not seeing it on flight radar just yet. I have until Diemen and Amsterdam Southeast in my small little bit of screen, so I'm expecting I can see it quite soon. Let's look and listen to the landing of Ryanair MAX 8. Not too bad, not too bad. Oh, thank you so much, JD, for your super chat. JD says, Merry Christmas, boy, mods and chat. Take care, folks. Well, thank you so much, JD, for your super chat. Merry Christmas to you too already, buddy. I am striving to be live a few more times before it is actually Christmas. But in case I am not seeing you guys anymore after today, Merry Christmas to you all. Enjoy the holidays. Be safe. Now, I do see the contours of a A380 on flight radar. It is coming. It is the number 3 right now, preceded by 2 narrow bodies. The first one, the Embraer 175 from KLM, arriving from Stavanger, that we are seeing right here. Next airplane is going to be from Transavia, arriving from Valencia. And then the A380, Emirates flight 147, the Daily Super. Can we make it out already? Let me have a look on the laptop screen, see if... Not yet. Will be coming soon, will be coming soon. Right. The airplane preceding the A380 is Transavia flight 6332, arriving from Valencia. Took this airplane 2 hours and 41 minutes to get here today. It's a 7-year-old airplane, first flight February 2016. In the meantime, the A380 is visible behind it, so let's have a quick look at the landing and then go back to the A380. Butter. Right, next up is the now number 8 worldwide most tracked by more than 1,000 people, 1,336 people. Emirates flight 147, standard livery, the old standard livery, our members have access to the latest iteration, the ribbon tail standard livery. It is the A380 arriving from Dubai. Normally speaking, at this point it would have flown 6.5 hours. Today, 7.5 hours. The airplane is 7 years old. Its first flight was in March 2016. Well, that was beautiful. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Definitely a smooth landing with all the headwind. Although it does look, looking at the windsock, well, no, yeah, looks like the wind might has turned a little bit more to the north. Just a little bit. In the meantime, all the departures still take place over there in the distance from runway 24. Martin Air 747, Korean, DHL, Banana. Right, next up is going to be an Embraer 190 from KLM arriving from Hanover. Flight 1904. Might be me, I think it is still a bit high. I think, yeah, it is turning. It's going to land on runway 24. In the meantime, it started raining again over here. You might pick that up on the mic. So for some reason this airplane chose to do a last minute left hand turn and will be landing on the outbound runway 24, where the departures now take place from. Not very uncommon, we have seen this before during westerly windy conditions. Right. Now, next up is going to be KLM flight 1598 737-800 arriving from Rome. 2 hours and 36 minutes underway as we speak. 15 years old. First flight May 2008. Also a very big thank you to Robert Rushbrook, who just now gifted 5 AMS Live memberships. Thank you so much for that, Robert. If you just received a membership gifted by Robert, don't forget to say thank you. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Those 5 new members, enjoy the custom emojis. Use them as much as you want. Thank you once again, Robert, for gifting 5 memberships. Totally awesome, much appreciated. This is KLM flight 1598, the 737-800 arriving from Rome. Fritz, Sarah, Lasse, Dave Lee, good afternoon to you all. Dave says, my wife just asked if that's boy's hair. No mate, you can tell your wife I've been to the hairdressers on Monday, so I'm all shorn and short haired again. That would be the dead cat of the microphone. The wind jammer reducing the wind rumble. However, it does a very poor job when it is stormy like today, as you guys have all noticed. You really need one of those blimps that you see on film sets if you really want to negate the wind rumble. It helps a little bit. The the camera tent, the rain cover also helps a little bit. Would probably have been worse without it. But there's only so much that these things can do. But it's not my beard, it's also not my hair overhanging. It is the dead cat of the mic. Indeed, Aphrodite, just a little breeze today. Tis but a scratch. And next up is a BizJet, privately owned, arriving from CEQ. Come, movie buff. Another airplane being towed to the hangar. Is that the Orange Pride? Yeah, it is the Orange Pride actually in the hangar, or at least getting towed into the hangar for maintenance. So the XED1 is what it says on flight radar. Private owner, C510 Cessna Citation Mustang, coming from Cannes. Up next, let's have a look, see if we can show it. Of course, a teeny tiny plane in comparison with what we have seen just now, particularly compared with the A380. Cessna Citation Mustang 510. Took 2 hours and 55 minutes to get from Cannes to where it is right now. And I don't know I don't know what the registration, the country it's registered in is. Never saw that flag before. If you look on flight radar, the flag, the registration is MIFI. MIFI, that's Nijntje, right? The English word for that orange, that cartoon bunny that we call Nijntje. That's called MIFI in English, right? Biffy is 9, absoluut confirming that. Awesome, let's quickly turn back. MASKargo A332 up next, arrival from Doha. Flight 6124. There we go. This A332 has been taking 7 hours and 20 minutes to get from Doha to where it is right now. Normally speaking, I think it would have been 6.5, maybe less, 6 to 6.5 hours or so. No, 6.5 probably. Dubai is also 6.5, so it's running 50 minutes late. Could be headwind, could also be the holding, and a combination of those. 12-year-old airplane, first flight August 2011. Okay, that flag was from Isle of Man. I did not know that. It's like a swastika, but with 3 instead of 4 legs. Adi Evelien, goedemiddag. Mr. Master, goedemiddag. Mr. Gin Cafe Spotter, good afternoon. Good to see you, my friend. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boyd. We're standing over here alongside runway 27, de Buitenvelderbaan. Alsmeerbaan is the other one over here, which is closed. At the moment, 2 runways open for traffic, 1 runway open for arrivals, that is this one. Runway 24 is being open for departures. That's it. Next up is going to be KLM flight 1792. It's an E2 Embraer 195. That is returning home from Munich. Normally speaking, that would be an hour to an hour and 10 minutes of flight time. Right now it is an hour and 39 minutes of flight time. New airplane, again flying in May 2022. If you tuned in just now, you missed the landing of the A380. Went flawlessly in one go. We haven't seen any go-arounds today yet. The wind is blowing from the west mostly, which means that the pilots are landing into headwind. Do get the impression that the waviness in the water over here is going down. Let's have a look at the METAR in a minute, see what the wind has been doing. Now, just left of the pole in the foreground, you can see the windsock still erect, still coming this way, but it does look like the wind is slowing down a little bit. It's no longer completely erect all the time, which it was before. Also looking in the water, although it is still wavy, there are no white heads on top of the waves that we did see earlier. So I do think that the wind is slowing down ever so slightly. Only one way to find out, and that is to refresh the METAR page, which I will also then copy into the ticker. Okay, well, wind speed 26 knots, gusts up to 37, so yes, a bit slower but not by much. Vicinity of showers, few clouds at 1,100 feet. We have a ceiling still of 2,100 feet. Visibility below the ceiling is 10 kilometers or more. We have scattered clouds at 1,700 feet, some of them towering cumulus. Broken clouds at 2,100 feet. It is still 11 degrees Celsius. 52-ish Fahrenheit, that is. And refreshing runway usage indicates the current status quo still in place. Right, now last minute turn of a BizJet that is landing on runway 22. Where is that little bugger? There it is. I will paste the meter into the ticker after this landing. Still have a coot over here. Kudos to the coot for taking the hard route. Swimming against the wind, against the stream, against all odds. Yo, Alvin, Skana mate, good to see you. Hope all is well. Alrighty, paste that meter into the ticker. There we go. Alright, next up, lot flight 263, Embraer 175, arriving from Warsaw. Flight time 2 hours and 8 minutes as we speak. Embraer 175 long range, 13 years old. Its first flight was in August 2010. So despite the windiness, because of the orientation of the runway, all the landings so far have been relatively effortlessly. Facing headwind, not a lot of crosswind, also not too gusty. Nick says it sounds as if you are standing in an underground railway station. I wish it was an underground railway station, then I wouldn't need to use the camera cover to stay dry. Yeah, well, it is still a little bit breezy, just a little bit over here. I imagine that has something to do with the audio today. Milchintoleranz! Good to see you again. Schön, dass du auch wieder dabei bist. Und einen wunderschönen guten Tag, meine Freunde. He says, well, it's definitely a wunderschön afternoon over here so far. The next airplane is already here. Oh, damn it, that's the wrong luck. Never mind. The tilt is horrendous today. Right, Vueling A320 up next, arriving from Barcelona, flight 8309. Flight time 2 hours 20 minutes. 12-year-old airplane, first flight September 2011. Hadi Frank, goedemiddag, tuning in from Limburg. Probably not as windy over there as it is over here. Now, this airplane is banking a little bit more left and right than a lot of them. Does that mean that the wind conditions are changing and making things a bit more challenging? So far, runway 24 still being used for the departures. Schiphol warned earlier that because of the strong westerly winds in the afternoon, maybe they had to resort to just using runway 27 for both incoming and outbound traffic. That does not seem to be the case so far. I'm questioning if it's going to happen at all. Probably the current runway usage will stay in place until no longer deemed to be necessary. If I recall correctly, they also still predicted quite strong westerly winds tomorrow, although I'm not sure if it's going to be as dry then as it is today. Now the Coots are riding the waves. They work hard to get upstream and now they're cruising downstream, forwarded by the wind and the waves. Beautiful. You guys celebrated, you guys deserve it, you've worked hard enough for it. Transavia up next, arriving from Napoli, 737-800. Flight 6412, flight time 2 hours 50 minutes as we speak. A 13-year-old airplane that began flying in July 2010. I think this is an Aalscholver in Dutch, Cormorant or something. Right, so they are now on land, chilling in the grass. The other one is also coming up. Oh! Oh, is it an intruder? Looks like a couple chasing the third one away. So this might be the intruder and the other one is the couple then. Alrighty, time to stir things up a little bit with another heavy, another 777. This is Qatar Airways flight 273 at 777-300 ER, arriving from Doha. Not too very delayed, or I should say the flight time is not significantly longer than the standard flight time. 6 hours 55 minutes, so not too bad. This airplane is 10 years old. First flight was in January 2013, so next month it's turning 11. Brightness in the sky, particularly looking to the northwest. Further ahead, it does look like it is opening up a little bit. Now departures still take place from runway 24, that is over there. Like an American Dreamliner is making itself ready to take off. In the meantime, the next airplane on this runway is approaching to this runway, I should say. KLM flight 1354, 737-800, returning from Prague in the Czech Republic. Alrighty, and another BizJet is arriving, VistaJet, returning from Brussels. It is, what is it? An Embraer Legacy 650. Embraer Legacies. Right, here it is. VistaJet flight 5792, arriving from Brussels. Still, it has taken this airplane 37 minutes to get from Brussels to where it is right now. This Embraer Legacy 650 is 10 years old, almost 11, began flying in January 2013. Might be small, but it definitely was loud. Rick says sunshine in Friesland now. That is the good news. If the same sunshine is also going to come this way, it does look like it a little bit. I mean, these are some more significant openings coming this way. It's definitely coming my way. If you look at the way the clouds are moving. Alright, well, returning back to the east with the camera. Our next airplane is approaching, a Transavia arriving from Riga. Flight 5164, 737-800. 2 hours and 15 minutes on the way to get from Riga to where it is right now. The airplane is 6 years old. Its first flight was in April of the year 2017. Right, well, the windsock still very much erect. It does look like the wind has changed a little bit more to a northwesterly direction, where it was pure west initially. The windsock over here confirming that it does look like it is a bit more northwesterly, but not constantly. Let's see. 2 specks of light in the distance. Diga Jet. Dija Jet. Operated by Pro Air Aviation. Returning from Lyon. Cessna 525A citation CJ2 Plus. Well, there you go. Now you know. 17-year-old citation. The number 1. Question is, will it be landing on 27 or will it make a left-hand turn and land on 22? It's been flying now for 1 hour and 53 minutes. It is going to land on 27 by the looks of it. Or is it? Yeah. Top Air Portugal, arriving from Lisbon, an A320, flight 670. Flight time 2 hours and 59 minutes, get to where it is right now. Airplane 23 years old, first flight February 2000. Heren, goedemiddag.
Hoi hoi.
So the airplane 23 years old, first flight was February 2000. Right, next up, KLM flight 1108 E2 Embraer 195, returning from Stockholm. Wat zeg je?
Vaak stream daar.
Een paar keer per week is het
Heel
voorkomen.
vaak live namelijk.
Klopt. Meestal als het weer het toelaat van donderdag tot en met zondag.
Nou, gewoon letterlijk hierachter, ik zie je heel vaak live.
Ah, cool man.
Ik ga van kamer meekijken.
Ja, nee, zeker.
Ik sta net in de McDonald's en hij is live, waar staat er?
Ja, een klein stukje verderop, klein stukje verderop. So, not the only one out here today. Two gentlemen just now joining me. And, well, luckily it is still dry over here, the wind. Not exactly sure how long it's going to stay as windy as it has been. If it's going to slow down or not, if it's going to change a little bit. Definitely. It is definitely interfering with tracking smoothly today, unfortunately, with a big tent over my camera catching wind. It does look... Sorry? Oké, hey, dankjewel jongens, fijne dag. Hey, dankjewel. As you guys can see, there is definitely some blue sky coming over here. The wind is blowing in this direction, so... Let's have another look then. If it is actually going to stay dry for a while, it's a bit of a risk, but this is what the current radar situation looks like. Or is this the, well, let's see, past hour. This is past hour. We are over here at the yellow square, so it does look like it is opening up. It is much easier to follow airplanes when there's not a big sail over the laptop, over the camera. Where is the... Okay, well, I was hoping I could see the satellite footage. I don't see it right away. While we are behind the computer, let's refresh the METAR. Okay, so we still have a 26 knot wind with gusts of up to 37 knots. I think this is still the same METAR. Normal usage is still the same. Right. Of course, if it is going to stay dry for the upcoming hours, having the rain cover over the camera greatly complicates following airplanes, which is already a bit more challenging with windy conditions. So thinking, should I take it off or not? Then again, you are properly effed when there is a bit of rain coming. Now, Over here we have the prettiest livery to date in the stream, ETF Airways, or is it EFT? ETF. An exchange traded fund. All white livery. Rental flying for Transavia, it seems like. HV513732 is the flight number. That is Transavia. Arriving from Barcelona. Normally speaking, well, 2 hours approximately. It's 2 hours and 13 minutes, so WTF Airways indeed, Paul. But hey, look at this bin. It is opening up a little bit. It is blue over there. So I'm really tempted to just get rid of the rain cover, which will make the camera work a bit more smooth, I think. And again, if it does start raining again at a later stage, if showers form over the sea and you don't see that on the radar yet, E2 Embraer 195, as you guys can see, is up next. This is KLM flight 1994. Returning from Poland, Krakow. Or even getting a little bit of sunshine by the looks of it. This plane 1 hour and 53 minutes to get here thus far, and would you look at that, it's actually opening up over here, so it's still windy but we are actually seeing blue skies approaching. The sun will start to shine more extensively in the upcoming hour, I think. Right, thank you Aphrodite. Saudi Cargo in about 9 minutes. That is great news. Anadolu Jet flying for Turkish, or part of Turkish I should say. Nice A321 arriving from Istanbul. Still reversing. And next up is going to be a Transavia 737-800 arriving from Palma de Mallorca, flight 5624. Now Palma de Mallorca, normally speaking 2 hours or so away. Today the airplane is on the way for 2 hours and 28 minutes as we speak. 737-800, 4 years old, first flight, January 2019. And I'm remembering I also have a thermos of coffee with me. Let's see if I can have a sip of that before. It's already starting to get a little bit lukewarm. totally forgot I had coffee with me. Which I normally don't bring along when I go streaming in the morning. I'll just make fresh coffee when I'm back home again. Thank you so much, Alvin, for your super sticker, mate. A coffee cup with the words tired. Well, that doesn't apply to me. I'm not tired, luckily. Hope you guys aren't tired as well. Either, I should say. Vincent asks, are you standing there with a big camera and a PC? I am indeed, mate. Big camera, PC, and even a utility cart to haul all the stuff with me. Right, next up, Embraer 190, KLM flight 1514. Arriving from Norwich. 29 minutes of flight time, even with these windy conditions. A 10-year-old airplane celebrated its 10th birthday last month. First flight was in November 2013. It is opening up. You can see, you saw a few streaks of light between the in between the clouds just now. Johannes ladders, as we say in Dutch. This is where the wind is coming from. This is where the opening of the cloud base is also coming from. You can even see a contrail in the distance that I'm not going to try to even capture because it is probably futile. Now, our next airplane is going to be the first queen of the show, Saudia Cargo, arriving from Jeddah. Not wearing my glasses because of rain and visibility, but I think, let me look behind me on the laptop screen, it should become visible somewhere over there. When it does appear, it should become visible somewhere over there. Waiting for the first queen of the day. We already had the A380 land in front of us, went effortlessly. the status quo. Refresh of runway usage indicates us that where we are standing is still the only runway being used for arrivals, and an update of the meter says winds 28 knots, gusts up to 41 knots, so speed increases a little bit. Direction still mostly from the west. Weather radar past hour. This is what it shows. We are over here where the yellow square is, so it does look like we are going to be in the clear for the upcoming hours. Now, also, thank you so much, Fuzz Buddy, for your super sticker, an orange suitcase with travel stickers. Thank you so much for that. Very much appreciated. Now, let me quickly paste the meter into the ticker for you guys. Then go back to the camera because our queen is coming. Hadi Paula, goedemiddag. Good to see you. Hope you've recovered a little bit from the flu. Saudia Cargo is up next and we can see it in the distance. It is Saudia Flight 933 arriving from Jeddah. It's a Boeing 747-400. Flight time 5 hours 55 minutes to get to where it is right now. This airplane began flying in January 1995, ladies and gentlemen. It's 28 years old already. Where were you back in January 1995? I think I was in the second year of high school. Rays of sunshine between the clouds right of me. Hope that you guys will still be able to see that when the airplane passes in front of it. That is a great background. Windsock just left of the fence pole. You can see the wind is blowing more from the northwest now. Clouds are opening up. You can see it still provides some nice lighting over here. Looking in northwesterly direction, you can see things are opening up a little bit. Really gravitating towards getting rid of the camera rain cover, which will hopefully make things a little better. Then again, maybe not. If it were start to rain again, then I would have to end the stream prematurely. Might as well weather it out. Now, our next airplane should be from Transavia, flight 5818. Again, a BizJet, because this is obviously not a 737 from Transavia. Another BizJet creeping ahead. Doesn't show on flight radar. Now the sunny conditions are providing a little bit of backlight, which we did not have when it was still overcast, of course. Not the best of lighting. Hey, is that the A340 from Suriname? Or is that the 747? It's climbing, it's climbing steeply, so it's not the A340. Korean Air to Stockholm. Thank you, Dillard. Well, while lingering on the 747, we missed the landing of a Transavia just now. Hope you guys don't mind. It's not that we see them very rarely. Our next airplane, and you can definitely tell that the engine problems with the E2s is over, or are over, because you do see the E2 Embraers flying much more regularly now than, for instance, half a year ago. Here is another one, KLM flight 1780 E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Hamburg. Flight time 49 minutes today. This airplane is 2 years old. Its first flight was in November 2021. Turning out to become a beautiful afternoon over here. As you guys can see, it is definitely opening up here and looks like we are on the brink of more persistent sunshine. This is what it looks like looking in the direction of the wind. And we have the Koet still over here in the water. Oh, it's doing a greeb on me, diving under as soon as I point the camera toward it. Very prototypical greeb-like behavior. I think they learn from one another. This is Transavia flight 6144 arriving from Alicante, 737-800, flight time 2 hours and 49 minutes. 12-year-old airplane, first flight, February 2011.
Alrighty, Adi Niels, goedemiddag. Niels tuning in from Delfzijl. All other viewers, welcome to you too, welcome to the show. It's a bit windy over here today and we are standing alongside the only runway that has been in use for arrivals today. Runway 27, Buitenvelderbaan, near the McDonald's. The next airplane is arriving from Belfast. It is EasyJet flight 23051. Mere 59 minutes of flight time. So I suppose that the holding areas are a bit more empty than they were in the beginning of during the beginning of the stream. This airplane is 15 years old. First flight December 2008. And Aphrodite Singapore Airlines cargo now above Lelystad, diverted to Schiphol. Excellent, another queen. And before that, 777 time up next. The number 9 worldwide most tracked KLM flight 744 arriving from Lima, Peru. The sun is starting to shine over here. The sun approves. And here we go. This is KLM flight 744, flight time 11 hours 29 minutes. It's a 777-300ER, 10 years old, first flight May 2013. Let's see if we're getting lit by the sun a little bit. This airplane is lit. I think they had so much fun riding down the stream with the wind and riding the waves that they are going to try it again, making their way more upstream. Go for another round on the water ride. KC asks if there have been any go-arounds so far. Unfortunately, there haven't been. The wind is blowing from the west mostly, and airplanes are landing into headwind on this runway we are standing next to. And unfortunately for us, but luckily for the pilots and the passengers, hasn't resulted in any go-arounds yet. All landings airplane, relatively solid. More EasyJet coming this way. Arriving from London Luton, flight 22515, Airbus A320, flight time 41 minutes, so that is nominal again for London Amsterdam. So I guess no more holding, no more airplanes in the holding areas, no delays by holding. 8-year-old airplane, first flight April 2015. Beautifully illuminated by the sun. Here too the sun is approving. Pushing things back in the laptop tent. My laptop was a little bit on the move. It started moving forward and had to push everything back in. The wind is causing wobbles and that makes the laptop move forward. If it moves too far forward, it is going to fall out. I have to occasionally prevent that from happening. Next airplane is going to be Vueling, flight 1377, arriving from Alicante. Another A320, flight time 2 hours 40 minutes. This airplane is 17 years old, began flying in March 2006. Haha, Niels says dat je nog niet wegwaait. You're surprised I haven't been blown away yet? Well, I am a very grounded person. And since coming off my diet, have gained a few pounds with all the holiday treats. So I'm more grounded than ever. The reflection of the sunlight makes looking at my camera screen more challenging because of reflections. So I'm going to take a gamble. I am going to get rid of the laptop rain cover. I keep saying laptop. Camera rain cover. Bit involved. We'll do it in steps. Also make sure that the next traffic is not forgotten. Queen second now. Okay, well, I have to wait then with the laptop tent with the camera rain cover. There we go. The second queen of the show. Let me quickly remove the where is it? I was trying to remove the filters on Flight Radar so that I can see this airplane, because this airplane should have been going to London Heathrow but is diverting to Amsterdam instead. It's going around. Where is it? No, it isn't. In fact, very nice landing. For a moment it had me thinking it was going to go around, the first go around, but it didn't in the end. So arriving from Sharjah, 7 hours 42 minutes, this 747, 19 years old, was supposed to go to London Heathrow. You can clearly see by the windsock that the wind is changing to a more northwesterly direction. Ergonomically. Right. Let's re-engage filter for Flight Radar AMS. Right, let's see, this is KLM flight 1856, Embraer 190 arrival from Düsseldorf. I hope the audio is okay, guys. As you guys noticed, I just now got rid of the rain cover. Means that the ambient mic is more exposed to the wind. Then again, there's also no longer a rain cover reflecting my voice, so it might be that the voiceover is a bit low now. voiceover is a bit low in volume, let me know. I can still put it up a bit. It's a bit lower than I normally have it in, 1 notch lower. That's because when the rain cover is over the camera, it reflects my voice and makes the volume louder. Bit of tension over here on the laptop tent with the power supply and the tripod cover. By keeping it a bit more taut, it will not wobble as much and the laptop will not get moved forward as much. Next up is going to be KLM flight 1724, arriving from Brussels, Emirates 175. Time 30 minutes as we speak, 6 years old, first flight November 2017. Hadi Anja, goedemiddag. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, welcome. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are standing alongside buitenveld route runway 27. Currently still the only runway being used for arrivals. The wind is blowing from the west. It's a bit breezy. However, it is opening up nicely. The sun is out now and then. Picture wise, this is where the wind is coming from, approximately. Blue skies. Who would have thought? It is the same as we had last Sunday. Again, grim. Today even a bit drizzly now and then, a few rain showers, and it is once again nicely open and still breezy, but otherwise nice. This is KLM flight 686. It's a 7879 Dreamliner arriving from Mexico City. It's a counterfeit AMS Live logo, as you guys can clearly see. Not enough curvature. This airplane has been underway now to get here for 9 hours and 18 minutes and has been flying in total now for 7 or so years. Again, its first flight in August 2016. Kikaboo says, breaking news, plane spotter lost all of his hair due to high winds. Yeah, you're not seeing my long hair anymore in front of the camera, or do you? Well, just a little bit still. Seems that the barber forgot a little bit. Blue skies, it is magnificent. Aphrodite says, was this your last stream before Christmas? No? How did you come up with that? It depends on the weather, of course. If it's going to be shitty weather all day, every day in the upcoming weekend, then yes, today might have been the last stream, but I'm hoping there's still a chance to go out tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday too. Alvin says, I wonder if Rode could release a hat that looks like a dead cat. I'm pretty sure that they can, mate. I'm surprised they haven't done so already. For audiophiles who like to wear a dead cat hat. The dead cat hat trademark. Right, we're waiting for the next airplane, which should be Sun Express 737-800 arriving from Izmir, Turkey. You see that there's a little streak of dried rain droplet on my camera screen. Let me see if I can wipe that away. Boom, kaboom! There you go. Adi Remco, indeed. Nice windy plane spotting, crosswind landings. Well, the crosswind component is increasing. Was definitely a bit less in the beginning. And indeed, golden arches in the distance too. The Mecca of Meccas. Still waiting for that 737-800 to show itself. Sun Express returning, or at least visiting Amsterdam from Turkey, Izmir. Not seeing anything visually yet. So looking on the laptop screen behind me, also not anything visible yet. Where the F is it? Oh, it is still over the southeast of Amsterdam. Russell is back. Here he is. We still have that blown over Portaloo over here. Last time I was here a couple of weeks ago, it was still it was already lying here. So apparently nobody took the effort to put it upright or remove it or anything. They just thought, F it, leave it where it is. It's not going anywhere. Or at least that's what we think. Now it's still windy. In fact, picking up a little bit. Things are struggling a little bit over here. What you're hearing is a garbage disposal bag that I have wrapped over my backpacks to keep things dry in case of rain. Looking a little bit to where the threshold of runway 24 is to see if we can see something from departures over here. Just a little bit. You see a fully erect windsock. of the Sun Express airplane arriving. Alessandra, goedemiddag. All other viewers as well. Good afternoon to you guys. Hope you guys are doing well. This probably sounds a bit more quiet. Let me see if I can tuck in the garbage bag a little bit more so that it doesn't make noise anymore. Just put the rain cover under it after having removed it from the camera setup. Alrighty. Now, the pipeline does seem to be filling again for arriving traffic. Still, this is the only runway being used for arrivals. Runway 27 has been the only runway in use throughout the afternoon. Departures still take place from runway 24, as also has been the case throughout the entire afternoon. A warm welcome everybody who is tuning in or has just tuned in. Storm Pia blowing over the Netherlands. And this is our first next airplane, the Sun Express, arriving from Izmir, Turkey. This airplane left Turkey 3 hours and 44 minutes ago, so there's a little bit of delay. The airplane is 12 years old in total. First flight was in March 2011. Wind is still mostly from the west. This airplane is landing from east to west, so they are faced with mostly headwind. I do get the impression that the wind has been changing direction. Yeah, definitely. It's definitely getting a bit more northwesterly the later it gets. I'm also able to see another heavenly body. I have one and this is the other one. Right. Let's see. Transavia flight 5760 arriving from Marrakesh up next. Boeing 737-800. There it is. Flight time 3 hours and 44 minutes as we speak. It is a 19-year-old airplane that began flying in March 2004. A321neo behind it from Turkish, arriving from Istanbul, which we can see at 8 to 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the far left side of the screen. Looking around, I thought I heard a helicopter, but might be wrong in hearing that. My ears playing tricks on me. Again, Transavia flight 5760, this is arriving from Marrakesh in Morocco, 3 hours and 45 minutes of flight time. The airplane is 19 years old. Little stubby firefighter truck also just now passed me by. And the cleaning crew is also passing by. Ciao Luca, good to see you again. Mitchell, good afternoon to you too. Hope everybody is doing well. Let me push back the laptop again. It slowly moved a little bit forward. Now it's back in its place again at a safe distance from the edge. Alrighty, Turkish A321 Neo up next, arriving from Istanbul, flight 1961. 3 hours and 28 minutes on the way, this airplane. It's a 1-year-old airplane, first flight December 2022. Now, let's see. It's almost 3 p.m. here. Just maybe after this airplane, or when do we have a little gap? Well, we don't have a gap. We'll have to create one. Just curious to see if there are more heavies coming this way, more queens. Thinking maybe do an update of the ticker and also the big picture after this airplane has touched down. Crosswind component there acting up. Work a bit harder than a few hours ago. Could be. Right next up is a Lufthansa A321 arriving from Munich. Not really a lot of time to do anything of the in the ticker after this airplane has landed, and hopefully we can go back, have a look and see if any queens are expected on flight radar in a moment. From British Airways up next, coming in from London Heathrow in the far left. Right, quick paste of the meter into the ticker so that you guys can read back in your own tempo, and let's have a look at flight radar, shall we? Got the filters enabled.
First of all, to you all for 700 likes, and also Aphrodite, thank you so much for your super chat celebrating 700 likes. If you guys do like what you have been seeing so far, don't forget to drop a like if you haven't done so already. And if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon. Daniel is turning 13 today. Congratulations Daniel, gefeliciteerd jongen. Hartstikke gefeliciteerd. Mooie dag om jarig te zijn. Beautiful day to celebrate your birthday. Also, Wolfgang, Herr Austrian Wolf, vielen Dank. Just now gifted 5 AMS Live memberships. Vielen Dank. Don't forget to say Dankeschön if you just now got gifted a membership by Austrian Wolf. Totally uncalled for. You're doing more than enough as a moderator as it is already. But thank you so much, Austrian Wolf. And don't forget to say thanks if you just received a membership gifted by Austrian Wolf. Feel free to use the custom emojis now at your disposal at will. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Mitchell asks, do I get my donation options back or no? Dude, I thought we agreed on a year of no donations. I think that was back in September, so yeah, you're still far away from getting your privileges back, mate. Apologies for that, mate. I missed the super sticker from Alvin, which was just a message before Austrian Wolves gifted memberships. Sorry Alvin, apologies for that, mate. That was not on purpose. A slice of pink birthday cake with purple icing and a candle. Thank you so much for that super sticker. Could do with a bit of cake actually, come to think of it. Right, the sun temporarily obscured by a few high clouds, one of the last bits of clouds that are still in the sky over here. I will show you in the, looking to the northwest, it is almost entirely blue right now. Now, I think in an hour and a half or so from now, the sun also sets over here. Twilight will begin soon. This is an A320neo from EasyJet, obviously arriving from Milan, Malpensa. 1 hour and 42 minutes of flight time. Tippy-toey. Brand new airplane, began flying in July 2023, so really brand spanking new. This is looking in the direction of the wind. Amazing. Did not think we were going to see that. Driving over here earlier in the late morning. Contrails even visible. Show that has it all. The goods are still over there
upstream. They haven't begun their surf route back downstream towards us. Another airplane that is relatively close by, even though flight radar isn't mentioning it, at least not with AMS inbound traffic filter enabled. Another BizJet, twin jet by the looks of it. Don't know what type it is. But it is looking to land on runway 27 over here. Livery. It does look nice. Lines are all shut by the looks of it. Geen kijkers. They don't want to see. They don't want people to look into the airplane by the looks of it. Alvin says it's a Global 6000. Well, there you go. Thanks for that, Alvin. Bombardier BD700 Global 6000. Anna also says, in from Copenhagen. Drew says, well, awesome. I will shut up. You guys fill in the blanks. I'll just stick to operating the camera then. Nah, great. This is an airplane that I am seeing on flight radar. Shamrock flight 604, new livery, Aer Lingus, returning back to Amsterdam from Dublin. Flight time an hour and a minute, so it seems like it did not have to hold or anything and could just fly in straight. And Tom Boss says hello from Israel. Hello Tom Boss and all other viewers. Jorrit is very curious to see where I'm standing. Dude, if you are at the parking place, the official Spottersplaats where the McDonald's is, you can walk off the terrain and there's a cycling path. If you walk over the cycling path towards parking P3, which is behind me, you will end up in a little field. So I'm standing a little bit more towards the Aalsmeerbaan, the runway 18 left, 36 right. Where you have a bit more open view of the airplanes and also traffic going to runway 18 left for departing to the south if that runway is in use. Not today though. Got queens coming in. Absolutely. We already saw 2, I think, if I counted correctly. There are 3 more coming before 4:15 local time. There's the BizJet that we saw land just now, returning to the general aviation parking place, which is a bit further away. Still a bit further. There we go. You can see more BizJets over there. That's where they feel at home. That's where the Global 6000 is also going to. Austrian Wolf asks what the like record right now is. Well, depends. The total I think has been close to 1,000, and I think we are still, I'm not sure if 800 has been reached while live. You also get some additional likes, of course, once you're no longer live, people who watch the replay. I think while live, I think 800 is a record or something. I'm not sure. Actually, I don't keep track of that specifically, and it's also one of the few statistics that you cannot look back in Google, in YouTube Studio. So I wouldn't know for sure. Nice use of the reverser there. Right, narrow bodies galore once more. Although Queens are also approaching. We have to wait through a few narrow body appetizers first. This one being KLM Flight 958 arriving from Newcastle. It's Embraer 190, 45 minutes of flight time. The airplane is 8 years old. Its first flight was in November 2015. Behind it is going to be a KLM 737-900 returning from Berlin. Oh, vielen Dank, Herr Schäfer. Super chat from Germany. Hello from Germany, from Fluggesellschaft. We are looking you in our stream. Thank you so much, Jacob. Herzlich willkommen, liebe Freunde. Now where was I? Lost track of the airplane. Vielen Dank, meine Freunde. And herzlich willkommen, one and all. Now, is Pia also storming through Germany, or is it just the Netherlands? And I think it was also the UK earlier that I saw. I believe there were some streams from Manchester and other UK locations that were also filming the stormy conditions. Hey there, Audrey, who is tuning in from Northumberland. My local airport is Newcastle. Well, we have regular flights to and from Newcastle over here. I'm sure you will see the KLM city hoppers on a regular basis as well. Next up, returning from Berlin is KLM Flight 1824. It's a Boeing 737-900. Flight time 1 hour and 5 minutes. 22-year-old airplane. First flight October 2001. Branimir says that Manchester had a lot of go-arounds. I think we would have had a lot of go-arounds too if we did not have runway 27 to use today. Don't suppose that in Manchester they had a runway heading available where they could fly directly into the headwind like we have been over here today. And Audrey says that it was also very stormy in Dublin. 3 go-arounds so far. Yeah, I believe that even though warnings were issued today for the wind, tomorrow the wind is still going to be quite fierce, also emanating from more or less the same direction from the west. Although I do believe that over here in the Netherlands for tomorrow more precipitation has been expected, so I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to go out tomorrow. I hope I will be, but we'll have to look tomorrow morning. Now this is KLM Flight 1620 returning home from Milan. It's a 737-800, flight time 1 hour 38 minutes. You can definitely see that the holdings are no longer being used. The flight times are somewhat normal again. 15-year-old airplane, first flight March 2008. Buttery smooth. Not a big flare, but definitely a smooth touchdown. Gotta love the lighting. And tomorrow, Winter Solstice. Shortest day on the Northern Hemisphere, and after tomorrow the days are going to lengthen again. Unfortunately for Alvin and all the other Aussies over there, the days are going to get shorter again as of tomorrow. Nobody's perfect says it never rains in SoCal. Rain? What the F is that? Just like we have a mythical heavenly body over here that we almost never see and only know stories about, the sun. This is probably a dream, AI generated, and hey, here we have the first go around of the show, ladies and gentlemen. Embraer 190 returning from Billund, boarding well before touching down. Right, so first go around of the show. Missed it, but it already took place before it got close even to the runway. Sure, we'll see it again sometime soon. Well, clouds are not as extensive as they were earlier in the year, where with low light, or at least a low, the sun not being too far above the horizon, we got very beautiful illuminated clouds. You could definitely see the depth very well, very dreamlike. Today not so much, but that's okay. This is KLM flight 1870 returning from Stuttgart, Embraer 190. Like all the landings, with the exception of that one, we just now landing seemingly effortlessly in one go. Definitely more usage of reverse thrust today, also by the KLM pilots. It seems that they have been given authorization by HQ to use the reversers today. Hey! It's a crabbing A330 from Turkish, indicative of the increasing crosswind component, the wind having turned a little bit more to the northwest, where it was from the west mostly in the beginning. This is Turkish flight 1957, coming to the Netherlands from Istanbul. 3 hours and 15 minutes of flight time, 9 years old, first flight December 2014. And I do see the next queen on flight radar. It is going to be number 3 by the looks of it. Sandwiched in between is an Embraer 190 arriving from Frankfurt. And I'm looking in the chat and I see that we have reached the 800 like mark. Thank you all so much for that. Glad you guys are enjoying the stream. I'm definitely having fun out here, even though I'm all alone and it is constantly windy, but definitely terrific afternoon here. Glad you guys are liking it as well. This is Turkish flight 1957, Airbus A330-300, returning to the Netherlands from Istanbul. This airplane is 9 years old. Again, flying in December 2014, so turned 9 this month. Happy birthday to you too then. Signing off. Thank you so much for joining, Gerrit. Hope you had fun. Take care. Don't get blown away if you are going outside still. It is very windy. See you on the next one, Gerrit. Right, Embraer 190. The appetizer between the next Queen and the previous A330. Her Majesty visible in the center of the screen, only vaguely. And we have a glide slope shot as well. Meanwhile, quick sip of water. Hey, you're welcome, Rodolfo. Rodolfo says, thank you, AMS Live. You're welcome. KLM flight 1766 is what we are looking at. It is an Embraer 190 returning from Frankfurt. Flight time 57 minutes. 14-year-old airplane, first flight September 2009. Laptop was on the edge of the table over here. It had already slipped out. I have to push it back a little. Ow! We do see a little bit more of cloudiness coming this way. I hope it won't lead to precipitation because I cannot put the rain cover over the camera so easily. Now, it is another 747 coming this way. This is Atlas Air flight 8641. Coming to Amsterdam from Chicago O'Hare. It's a Boeing 747-400. Took 6 hours and 36 minutes to get here. The airplane has been flying now for 25 years in total. Celebrated its 25th birthday this month. It began flying in December 1998. Right, you can hear me again, you can see me again. So what happened was that the laptop dropped out of the laptop tent, fell on the ground, all the wires came loose. So I now have it switched, turned a quarter turn. Should stay safe in the confines of the laptop tent. Could not have been moment than when the 747 landed. Into Embraer. There's the Atlas Air. For what it's worth, I also missed the landing. Heard a sudden poof, and it was the laptop that actually fell out of the tent. Now, what does the weather radar look like, folks? Because it does look like more activity in terms of precipitation is coming slowly but surely. And go around number 2. Is that the same? Is that the same Embraer that we saw just now? I think it is. They're boarding now for the second time. I think it's the same airplane that also boarded in the first instance. And indeed, Chunky, if it isn't ATC trolling me, it's my own damn laptop. This is the second go around, if I'm not mistaken, of the same Embraer. No time to linger. It is time for China Cargo Airlines up next, flight 205, coming to the Netherlands from Shanghai. Flight time 11 hours 48 minutes. Brand new airplane, began flying in February 2023. This is the weather radar on my phone. It does look like we are still in the clear for the next hour or so. That's nice, because there are still a couple of queens coming, and I would love to be able to show you guys one actually land instead of a black screen right at the moment supreme. Our next airplane is going to be an EasyJet A319 arriving from Nice, which is nice. EasyJet flight 27954. Next airplane behind it is already visible in the far left. That is another 777 freighter. Is it a freighter? I think it is. Arriving from Chicago, Qatar Cargo. It is a 777 freighter. First up, this EasyJet A319 arriving from Nice. Flight time 1 hour and 57 minutes as we speak. This airplane is 16 years old. Its first flight was in March 2007. Right, KLM Cargo in 14 minutes. China Airlines Cargo in 44 minutes. So a 4:15 approximately. If it is going to stay dry until then, my plan is to stick around until then. Finish the stream with the Queen. Two go-arounds thus far, both from the same airplane, number E190 from KLM. Passengers on board that plane are getting a run for their money. Getting to see a lot of the Netherlands twice. Right, next up, Qatar Cargo flight 8102 arriving from Chicago O'Hare. It is a 777 freighter. Flight time 6 hours and 24 minutes. 8-year-old airplane. First flight was in February 2015. wind is now a bit more northwesterly, so there is more crosswind. Than there was in the beginning of the stream. Next up is an E2 Embraer 195 arrival from Copenhagen, KLM flight 1128. Soon we are going to see the third attempt of the one airplane that has been going around now for 2 times, and the only go-arounds that we have seen since going live, preceded by this E2 arriving from Copenhagen. Flight time nominal 1 hour and 4 minutes. It is a 1-year-old airplane, first flight March 2022. And the now number 2, is that visible already? I'm not seeing it immediately, maybe you guys did. We'll show its face again in a moment. Third attempt at landing. Not this airplane, this is the first attempt. Thus far, all going smoothly, effortlessly, in one go. Beautiful vista there. Shortly before sunset over here. The sun will be setting in, I believe, in 50 or so minutes from now. And here it is. The airplane. The only airplane that thus far has been going around, and has been going around twice now. It's the third attempt of KLM flight 1344 to land. It's the Embraer 190 that has been returning from Billund for a while now. The airplane is 11 years old. First flight January 2012. Nobody is perfect, says boy, I can still see the cat you killed. Absolutely you can, because nobody is perfect. Now, this is KLM flight 1344. KLM flight 1444 is behind it, arriving from Aberdeen. That's the 737-800. Now, previous 2 times around this point or so, it would have aborted the landing. It's still going for the runway. Stubby fire truck returning. Looking behind me, laptop is not going to topple over. We're not going to miss anything here. Level up. They did it. Congratulations. Third time's the charm. Right, that was KLM flight 1344. As I said, this is 1444 arriving from Aberdeen. This is a 737-800. 56 minutes of flight time. And it is a millennial, this airplane, 24 years old, first flight in June 1999, the PHBXC. How the wind is actually blowing the laptop tent towards me. It is still very much stable. I've secured it to the other unit next to it, which is the cover of my tripod, which I keep around the power station to keep it warm and also keep it dry. Also secured the laptop tent to the table on the back side. Looking in the tent, yeah, the only thing the laptop can do is go to the side. It can no longer go forward, so it cannot no longer fall out like it did before. Looks like we have another airplane that is not on flight radar, another BizJet. Is that the number 2? Yeah, that's the number 2. This is this is the one that we are not seeing. The other one is the A321neo arriving from Cairo, Egypt Air, which is visible on flight radar. Now another BizJet. Not seeing the details on flight radar, but you guys can probably see it. Disable ALS filter. Another nice livery by the looks of it. Definitely not slowing down. It feels like it is increasing again compared with an hour ago. And is that Saudia? Yeah, that's Saudia. Looks like it is going to go back to Jeddah. The new livery. We saw it land earlier. Looks like it is ready to taxi back to runway 24 to take off. And what do you know, ladies and gentlemen? The Coot squad has multiplied several ducks as well. Terrific. Talking about sleeping in. Right, Egypt Air flight 757 A321neo coming to Amsterdam from Cairo. Flight time 4 hours 51 minutes. Brand new airplane. This airplane began flying as a professional airplane in September this year. Still a few months old, still under warranty. Alrighty, next up is going to be Kenya Airways Dreamliner arriving from Nairobi. If there are no BizJets, anonymous BizJets in between, but by the looks of it, that's not the case. This looks like an AMS Live logo. And it is crabbing as well. Now, I'm also seeing, and Austria Wolf is already confirming it, a new record-like number in the stream well live so far, 900. Thank you guys so much for that. A new record for AMS Live, I think, at least for when live. Glad you guys are having fun. I know I sure am still having a lot of fun, and we're going to stick around until the two queens, still expected in the next half hour, have landed. Assuming that it is going to stay dry. Looking behind me, I think we are still in the clear. Do see some clouds coming this way, but I don't think they are going to contain precipitation just yet. Kenya Airways Flight 116 arriving from Nairobi. This airplane has been flying for 9 hours and 9 minutes. 8 years old, first flight June 2015. Standard livery by the looks of it. We're even getting a wheelie. Beautiful. And boss move there by the pilot flying. Members, feel free to use the emojis as much as you want. Thank you so much, Tiger, and welcome those new members. This is KLM Flight 1958 returning from Zurich, 737-800. Landed after an hour and 25 minutes of flight time. This airplane is 17 years old, began flying in April 2006. Hard to hear me, microphone less loud. Let's see if everything is still in order then. This in order, yes. Is this still attached properly? I think it is. I did a reboot of my voiceover mic. Checked all the cables. The cables still seem to be in order, in place. How is the voiceover at the moment? I'm assuming you guys were referring to the voiceover mic and not the ambient mic. Right, EasyJet. Arriving from London Luton, flight 22517, Airbus A319. Having landed after 47 minutes of flight time, 16-year-old airplane, first flight February 2007. Way better now, okay. And those are indeed Windows XP noises, Elvin. Hey! Guess who snuck up on us silently in the meantime? It's not standing there for nothing. It is going to take off to the west in a few moments. The Saudia. So we saw it land and we're also going to see it take off again. That's a nice bonus. K3 is also at the premises over here, and the Saudia Dreamliner is waiting for the arrival of this airplane, KLM flight 1700, arriving from Madrid, 737-800. Will be landing in a few moments, 2 hours and 13 minutes of flight time under its belt. The airplane, 12 years old in total, began flying in May 2011. Aphrodite, thank you so much. Aphrodite is informing us that KLM Cargo Queen is now third in line. We have another Queen expected around 4:15 local time. I'm going to stick around until then, and that is going to be the last airplane of the day for today. Nice triplet of vehicles, hopefully in one shot, only just. Airplane landing, airplane waiting to take off, bird control vehicle. Nice touchdown there. Also a very big thank you just now gifted 5 memberships by Han Hendricks. Thank you so much, Han. Absolutely awesome. Thank you so much for your support. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those 5 new members. Don't forget to thank Han if you were one of the recipients of the gifted memberships just now. Thank you so much, Han, for that. And also welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those 5 new members. China Airlines cargo from Shanghai now entering Dutch airspace. Aphrodite is saying thank you so much. Looks like the Saudia Dreamliner is taking off right now. Returning to Jeddah. Bonus this is. And is that also the A380 on the move that I saw in the background just now? I think it was. How awesome would it be if we are also going to see it take off over here? Is right, BizJet time, privately owned PHGHZ, flying from Rotterdam to Amsterdam. 18 measly minutes of flight time. Cessna 560 XL Citation XLS, it says here. 18-year-old airplane. First flight January 2005. There's a Queen following it, so from the very small to the very big. Majesty the Queen up next. Number 7 tracked worldwide, most tracked worldwide on flight radar. Now, Han is at it again. Another 5 memberships just now gifted by Han. Han, thank you so much for that. Truly amazing, my friend. Thank you so much. And don't forget to say thank you if you are one of the recipients of the 5 memberships that Han just now gifted, and another 5 memberships also gifted by our very valued moderator Liwe. Again, Liwe, well, you're doing more than enough as it is already, supporting the channel as a moderator. Thank you so much for that, Liwe. Very much appreciated. If you are one of the recipients from Liwe's gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you to him. Now, folks, the next airplane is number 8 worldwide most tracked on flight radar by 804 people. This is KLM Cargo Boeing 747-400 arriving from Frankfurt. Short flight, 1 hour and 3 minutes of flight time. This airplane is 20 years old in total, began flying in March 2003 for the first time. We have another Queen expected in 20 or so minutes from now. Now, also turning behind me to see where the A380 is going to, but that looks like it is going to take off from runway 24, unfortunately. Laptop is still in its place, it's not going to fall. Thank God for that. Afrodite mentions that the last airplane of the day, the Queen from China Airlines Cargo, is also confirmed to land on this runway. Clouds are increasing again. Still some blue over here. The sun somewhere behind the clouds. It is setting in 20 or so minutes from now. An erect windsock in the foreground. Behind it, the tail of the A380 from Emirates. We saw it land on this runway. It's going to take off from runway 24 in a few minutes from now. More traffic being towed back to the platform. The wind is picking up by the sound of it and by the feel of it. We're waiting for the next airplane to arrive. So in the meantime, let's have a look. So we have one more Queen that is now in the country over here. What is the wind doing? next two airplanes visible. Number 190 Speedbird, flight 8451, arriving from London City. Nominal flight time 43 minutes, so I'm assuming that the holding patterns are still not being used extensively at the moment. 13-year-old airplane, first flight February 2010. The airplane behind it is another Speedbird returning from London Heathrow. Definitely battling the wind. More so than earlier in the stream. Wind is picking up and it's also becoming a bit more gusty by the looks of it. Police helicopter just took off right of me. In the water. Right, this is Speedbird flight 438. Airbus A320 arriving from London Heathrow, flight time 42 minutes. 13-year-old airplane, first flight February 2010. Aphrodite is mentioning that in about 12 minutes from now, the Queen from China Airlines Cargo is expected to land. Thank you, Aphrodite, for the update. Second departure, and holy cow, 1,000 likes. Thank you guys so much for that. Glad you guys are enjoying the content. Another milestone while live, 1,000 likes. Thank you all so much for that. Robin says, please let's see the ducks. Right, well, that's good. I think they are swimming back to the McDonald's. I think it's time to grab dinner. Oh, grebe-like behavior, diving under as soon as you point the camera to them, towards them. So the only bird in the water right now that I can see, oh wait, there's also another duck over here, duck over there, the rest are coots. And Transavia up next, 737 arriving from Larnaca. But I have to scroll back first and say big thank you to Austrian Wolf, who just now gifted 20 effing memberships. That is amazing, and also unnecessary because you're doing so much already in supporting the channel as a moderator. But thank you so much, Austrian Wolf. Danke Wolfgang. Thank you so much. And if you are one of the recipients of the gifted memberships that Austrian Wolf just now gifted, don't forget to say danke sehr, Wolf. Thank you, Austrian Wolf. And welcome to the Aurora Skyline. Those 20 new members. Feel free to use the custom emojis at your disposal at will. It seems that the runway that was in use for departures all afternoon is closing. I'm seeing all sorts of airplanes going to the threshold of runway 27, beginning with this Sun Express. Are they now finally going over to one runway for both inbound and outbound traffic? Right, next up, Welling A320neo arriving from Valencia. It's an Asturias Paraíso natural something special livery. Also, Austrian Wolf celebrating 2 months of membership says Merry Christmas boy and thanks for your great work. Well, thank you so much, Herr Wolf. Merry Christmas to you too. Thank you so much for all your support. It's been an amazing couple of months and I hope that you are going to stick around for many more months to come. You're a very valued member of the community over here. Great community. And here is the Welling A320neo. So it's getting busy over here with airplanes, including a triple from Qatar now also coming this way. Does that mean now that they have actually closed runway 24 in favor of everything to 27? Departing from this runway. valued one at that. Thank you so much, Liwe, and also for everything that you've been doing as a moderator for so long already. Fijne feestdagen to you too, my friend. Second attempt of the Embraer 190 from KLM, that is coming from JD's hometown Düsseldorf. I missed the initial go around. This is the second attempt. It's a German Airways Embraer 190 flying for KLM, flight 1858. Flight time 44 minutes. 17 years old, first flight January 2006. And I'm counting 4 airplanes waiting, including a triple from Qatar and a 5th that is taxiing. And we'll be lining up behind the rest, waiting soon. Place inbound and outbound from this runway. Means that I also have to open up my filter to both outbound and inbound traffic for AMS. No, this is not what I want. Try to get the labels back. No, I don't want AR. What the fudge? Stupid flight radar. Let's go to the next landing airplane. That is KLM flight 1254 E2 Embraer 195 returning from Nice. Flight time 1 hour 53 minutes. It's a 1-year-old airplane. First flight September 2022. It has the 1700 E-Jet sticker on it, but that is on the front part of the left side of the livery. It's a unilateral sticker, so we're not able to see it from here. It's on the other side, front part of the main fuselage. The main fuselage, the fuselage period. You have a main gear and a nose gear, but fuselage is a fuselage. Right, well, the queue that is forming of departing airplanes is growing and growing. Actually, I was thinking of wrapping it up after the next Queen lands in a few minutes from now, but maybe it's worth sticking around a bit longer then, particularly if a couple of nice heavies are going to take off in a few minutes. This is KLM flight 1317 going to Bordeaux, Embraer 190, 15 years old, first flight October 2000. climbing as a rocket. Holy cow. Absolute beauty. Yeah, a bit of headwind. Not too heavy. Crank up that pitch. That was a really steep climb. Don't see them very often like that. Next up is KLM flight 1810 arriving back from Dresden. It is an Embraer 175, banking quite steeply just now. Flight time 1 hour and 15 minutes, 5-year-old airplane, first flight. Whoa, and again. Going around, yeah, not stabilized sufficiently. That's understandable. In the meantime, it's almost as if there's a 90-degree crosswind in the meantime. That is quite a change in wind direction all of a sudden. Now also a very big thank you to one of our other valued moderators, Alvin. Cheers mate, character looking really impressed, saying whoa. Awesome super sticker, thank you so much for that, Alvin, very much appreciated, thank you so much. While I am at the computer, let's quickly switch, update the ticker, at least in terms of runway usage, because it's now all runway 27. Something you don't see very often, inbound and outbound traffic, having to use the same runway. Right. There's a queue of departing airplanes waiting to go. The first of which is this triple from Qatar. They have to wait for landing traffic first. KLM flight 1726 arriving from Brussels. It's an Embraer 175. Flight time 34 minutes. 5-year-old airplane. First flight January 2018. Flight 274 going to Doha. 777-300 ER, 10 years old, first flight January 2013, so next month it is turning 11. In the meantime, the next airplane to arrive is also getting closer by, so it has to hurry up. Turn and burn. Going around. Is that the same airplane as just now? 737 that is returning from Vienna. I'm wondering if that is due to the separation, that there was still traffic on the runway at decision altitude. I think it might have to do with that. Although I'm not entirely sure, maybe somebody is listening in on ATC knows it for sure. The next landing airplane is the next Queen, arriving from Shanghai. This 737 is going to try to take off before the Queen lands. Going to London Heathrow, KLM flight 1021, 737-800, BHBXB, 24 years old, first flight April 1999. Saying that the big Etihad cargo is arriving in 16 minutes. Hurry the fuck up, man. There's a Queen behind you. Hurry. Make haste, will you? She's going around. It took too long, probably. Air China Cargo, the number 10 most worldwide tracked on flight radar, number 6 worldwide most tracked. She's going around. We're going to see her again. I think the 737 took too long. I think that's also why the other go around was. The downside of all traffic having to use the same runway both inbound and outbound. Cheers, mate. A super chat from Alvin and $1 for your swear jar. Thank you so much, and apologies for using body language. The Queen, and we will be seeing her again pretty soon, but not before triple is taking off. In the meantime, not seeing it on flight radar. Israel. Just a glitch on my end, or are you guys also not seeing it right now? I have AMS inbound and outbound activated as a filter, but not seeing it on flight radar. Now, the next departure is going to be a Lufthansa, which I'm also not seeing on flight radar. Am I still having the right filters enabled? Yeah, both. Why is it they are enabled. I just want to see the labels. Right, coming in next, Embraer 190 KLM in the SkyTeam livery, returning from La France Rennes. This is KLM flight 1256, flight time 1 hour 21 minutes, 11 years old, first flight April 2012. Here is also shaking violently. I have the wheel of my utility cart over my camping table leg, but you can see it is shaking violently. Oh, luckily the laptop cannot no longer fall out. Lufthansa will be going. Am I able to see where it is going to? I have no clue. It doesn't show a flight radar. For some reason there's a glitch. I'm not seeing the outbound traffic, even though I have AMS inbound and outbound activated. Memberships just now. As a moderator, that is totally uncalled for. You're doing more than enough as it is to support your channel as a moderator already, but thank you so much, very much appreciated. Don't forget to say a big thank you if you are one of the 20 recipients of the memberships that Tiger74 just now gifted. Don't forget to say vielen Dank. Thank you so much, Tiger. Massive support there, thank you so much, amazing. Embraer 175 returning from Dresden, landed safely, flight 1810. Have to be careful that head doesn't get blown away. It looks like the wind is increasing a little bit. No immediate traffic to take off from runway 27. There is another airplane coming. Can I use this brief moment in time to show you guys the updated radar? I think the wind is picking up. First of all, let's do a refresh of runway. Yeah, this is the only runway now open for both inbound and outbound. Let's do a check of the weather. 30 knot wind with gusts to 42 knots. Wind direction is definitely Welcome to the show, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It's twilight over here. The sun has just set 10 minutes ago, a day before the winter solstice. At the moment, one runway only open in the whole of Schiphol. Both inbound and outbound traffic has to use the same runway. We don't see that very often. We have a BizJet coming in next, arriving from Innsbruck. Number 3 worldwide, most struck by 1,868 people. Jet View, Bombardier Learjet 60. Flight time 2 hours and 3 minutes. Normally speaking, Innsbruck, Amsterdam, an hour and 15 minutes or so. This is an 18-year-old airplane, banking heavily. Wow, nicely done. Crosswind is definitely playing a role now. Earlier in the beginning of the afternoon when we started the stream, the wind was arriving from the west mostly. This runway is east-west oriented, and the windsock that you see was pointing directly towards us. Now you can see it is pointing from the right to the left, indicating a northwesterly wind. Got another arrival coming, KLM flight 1846, arriving from Vienna, the airplane that had to go around earlier, I believe because the departure was a bit late in departing, not so much because of wind, but I'm not sure. Right. Second attempt of the Queen that we also saw going around just now. The number 1 worldwide most tracked by 3,256 people. This is Air China Cargo flight 1043. It's Boeing 747-400. Second attempt coming home to Amsterdam from Shanghai, China. The airplane now airborne for nearly half a day, 11 hours and 58 minutes. It's a 17-year-old airplane. First flight February 2006. Second try for the Queen of the Sky. Thank you so much, my friend Evan, one of the first of the AMS Live members. Thank you so much for your continued support and also for this gifted membership, and Lana, the recipient of the membership. Don't forget to say thank you to Evan. Thank you so much once again, Evan. Now, let's quickly turn back the camera, ladies and gentlemen. Quick departure and then another arrival by the looks of it. Shamrock going back to either Dublin or Cork, but I'm not seeing the label. Not a glitch. Has to hurry because there's the next airplane already. MASKargo A330, the next departure. In the background visible very big thank you to Satori Studios Productions just now for your super chat. Thank you so much, my friend. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much, Satori's Studio Productions. And also a big thank you to Lana for just now super chatting. Thank you so much. Our latest member, Lana Wolf. Thank you so much for that, Lana. Let me quickly turn back the camera for the next airplane landing. 737-800 from KLM, returning home from Barcelona. Seemingly effortlessly. Despite the wind, we still have bits of blue in the sky over here. Also plenty of wind and waves. The moon still out here. Beautiful heavenly body. And the next airplane to depart is the MASKargo A332, if I recall correctly, that we saw land on this runway earlier. And thank you, Aphrodite. No queens expected to land or to depart anytime soon. It is back on flight radar, the 200 going to Dubai. Flight 6125. Shock in the foreground, well, not the very foreground, but after the fence, showing that the wind has indeed turned more northwesterly, where it was pure westerly in the beginning of the afternoon. More crosswind for airplanes. Another airplane landing over here. That is an A320 Neo EasyJet flight 27984. Arriving from Rovaniemi. Alright, where is that? Tell me, folks. Help a brother out. Never heard of that destination before. Landing after 2 hours and 45 minutes if all goes well. An airplane that is a year old and began flying in December 2022. So it turned 1 this month. North of Finland. Thank you, Aphrodite. Did not know that. So, you live, you learn. And also, HJS, thank you so much for a very generous super chat just now. Very much appreciated. Also, one of our regular viewers for a very long time, HJS. Thank you so much. Now guys, I'm not sure how much longer I am going to stick around, for the queens have come and gone. It is also getting a bit darker, as you guys can see. Camera still picks up things quite nicely. Although, oh, the F8 is now blinking, so I think I might have to open up the iris a little bit. Let's go to F4 then, shall we? Less diaphragm. Flooding. Going to Barcelona, flight 8303. 12-year-old airplane. First flight September 2011. Right, 777 from Etihad is expected. What's the ETA? Where is it flying right now? This is a KLM 737-900 returning from Paris Charles de Gaulle. Not a very high flare, quite flat approach. Nice reverse action to boot. KLM flight 1234 this was. Right, at Lelystad, 5 minutes, the triple from Etihad. Now that does sound like a very nice last airplane for the show, right? Now, the airplane landing just now, came back from Paris Charles de Gaulle. This Air France A320 is going to go to Paris Charles de Gaulle. Air France flight 1641, A320 200, 13 years old, first flight April 2010. Koen says Singapore 747 in 2 hours. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I'm not going to be around for that, Koen. Actually trying to lower the brightness of my phone screen which was a bit overpowering the other stuff. Oh, another go around. I think it had to do with separation. Embraer 190 from Nuremberg to Amsterdam, going around. Let's see, can I find the details of this airplane? Unfortunately, I cannot. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Hope you like it in the lounge. This is the KLM Embraer 175 going to question mark. I'm still not seeing the label on flight radar. Eva says Etihad third in line to arrive. Now, if this Embraer isn't hurrying up, we're going to see another go around. What's the hold up, mate? Hurry the F up. Is it ATC telling them that they need to hurry up? This is really... Well, this is going to induce a go around. If they're not... Oh wait, okay. Well, the next airplane to arrive is getting close. quite heavily left and right already shortly after having left the ground. Now, I was trying to, oh yeah, there it is. The Kestrel is also back hunting. Coot is making a ruckus over here. And in the meantime, the next airplane to arrive is this Transavia flight 6116, arriving from Malaga, 737-800, flight time 3 hours 15 minutes. 6-year-old airplane, first flight, April 2017. Bumpy. Sticks to landing. Fantastic. And a little bit closer to it. Now also, thank you to Marcus for just now becoming a member. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Marcus. Thank you for your support. I hope you like it in the lounge. Best seats in the house over here. Thank you so much for your support there, Marcus. E2 Embraer 195 up next, returning to Amsterdam from Porto in Portugal. And the Etihad is after it. That is going to be the last airplane of the day, ladies and gentlemen. This is KLM flight 1712, coming back home from Portugal in Porto, Portugal I should say. 2 hours and 39 minutes of flight time under its belt on this flight. The airplane has been flying in total now for 2 years, since February 2021. Seemingly absolutely effortlessly. No, oh, I was about to say no reversers. Just as a formality. Right, well, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the last airplane of today's show. At the moment, number 8 worldwide most tracked by 1,004 people. It is the Etihad Cargo 777 freighter, flight 917, coming to Amsterdam from Abu Dhabi. It left Abu Dhabi 7 hours and 28 minutes ago. This airplane is 7 years old and began flying in February of the year 2016. Absolutely wonderful. Lighting on at Schiphol. You can see the terminal building, the tower, the old tower on the left, and the Fokker 100 on the terrace. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to wrap it up. This was the last airplane for today's show. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. I had a wonderful afternoon and I hope you guys enjoyed it just as much as I have. Thanks to everyone for your likes, for the memberships. Thank you all once again for that. Thank you moderators for moderating the stream and keeping
this place welcoming and accessible for new members. If you like what you saw and you haven't done so already, drop another like in the pond of likes. If you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams, your best bet is to subscribe and hit the bell icon. You're not doing it for me, you'll get the content regardless, but you get the notification if you subscribe and hit the bell.